Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40.
What is up? What is up, y'all? We are on day 123. How are you guys doing today? Almost wasn't about to come on live today. Just because I don't know, for some reason I just wasn't feeling it today. I was like, should I come on live? But I decided to just hop on. We ended up getting about 10 subscribers, or maybe even more actually. How much? Because from the last time I had 50, so we are at 69. Oh my goodness, so we're almost at 2170, and obviously that's almost 2200. I gave myself 55 days to hit 3000 subs. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it would be super dope if that was possible. Basically, just that's like 2 months. See if we could hit 3000 subs. It may not happen, but that's okay. um, but there was a couple things I wanted to get into. So I have not studied yet today because it's still like right before work and I have plenty of time before I gotta go to work since my shift ended up changing. So I'm super happy about that because I get to hop on at this perfect time. Which I could not wait to start this shift so that I could start streaming at this time. So that's better. I could stream a little bit earlier, but when I wake up, because I wake up so much earlier, I decided to just kind of wind down a little bit, and then I get into everything else. I gotta charge my watch. I forgot my watch died. This is just for aesthetic right now. So yeah, so I'm very happy that I'm able to start streaming at this time. I'm trying to figure out how I want to add in these new streaming elements like I was talking about. I remember I brought this up previously with the spin the wheel element. Especially because now that I have enough time before work to kind of get into the stream, I just think the only problem is like, if I were to add the spin the wheel element or add these extra things, I normally am only live for like an hour to 30 minutes, so I'm just like, I don't know if that's enough time to get people to like be interested inside of the spin the wheel. I think what I would probably do is I'd probably spin the wheel for like the first 3 times by without people having to interact for it, and then eventually it would need to be interacted. But it's kind of tough when I feel like it's just I'm not able to be on stream for that long. So yeah, but I did want to get into a little bit of my last stream. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that I had some comments last stream that I just didn't get to. Because normally I like to answer the questions in the next stream. So where is this at? I think I was talking to him, and then I believe. Oh yeah, wait a second. Where did this end? Oh yeah, it ended right there. Someone named Jules said, I just started with Disco, or Cisco, sorry. Disco is crazy. Cisco, this is in the last stream, by the way, which is super goated. I cannot wait to end up getting my Cisco certification as well. I'm assuming that's what we were talking about. Then it says, are you doing self-learning or taking a class? I'm currently doing self-learning, I guess. Cause I don't really know, because sometimes people clarify self-learning as, I guess, kind of just going through the objectives and then maybe like Googling it. But I feel like for me, I'm just going through like Professor Messer, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, technically it's like a class, but it's not really. So I guess that would be considered self-learning. But I love to self-teach myself. I think it's honestly the best way when you're a disciplined person, of course. If you're not a disciplined person, then self-teaching yourself probably is gonna suck because you're not gonna be able to do it every day. I don't know, I have this weird like drive in me that always thinks if I don't do it today, then I'm just backtracking myself in the future. And I know future me would rather me sacrifice today to go and do all this studying over than doing nothing. And I think it just also makes me feel like very productive, and it also makes me feel like, well, at least I tried, right? I think especially with not having certifications or having a degree, sometimes you can get into like this self comparison mode with other people, and you see that they have certifications and degrees, and it's not necessarily that they have like good jobs yet, but it's just like they did something. And I think in my head, I'm just trying to do that same thing, um, but at the same time, I'm trying to also let go of that comparison. Like I need to just not really care about what other people have done or did, because I was enrolled in college, but I decided to leave college. And sometimes, because around this year would have been when I graduated, so sometimes it can get to me because I'm like, damn, if I did stay in college, I would have had a degree by now. But I also would have been in hella debt. So it's kind of like it's a win-win, or I guess there was a lose there, but a win still. So it's like we're even. We're even. Someone just commented right now. What is up? Alexander says, "What's your overall end goal within IT?" I think my end goal, I guess I would say like what my dream job would be. Well, what my dream job would be in IT, but then what I might go down because it might be a little bit more easier. So my dream job, I would love to become a cloud engineer. So if I were to ever continue to push in this direction of IT, which I believe I will, I just don't know if I'm going to document the entire journey on this channel, because the point of this channel is supposed to have, me doing different journeys, and it has different goals for each one. Um, so the current goal for the channel is just to become an IT support specialist, and probably from there, I might either end it or just jump into like the college side of things, but we'll see how that goes, right? But dream job, I would love to be a cloud engineer, but what it may be, because it seems a little bit more reachable, of course I would still pursue cloud. Would it be a network engineer, or and then after that like a network architect, but you would have to be a network engineer for about like 10 years before you can even get into the network architect. Or I would like to get into a manager role within network engineering. Definitely one of those. I've been working on my speaking skills a lot, obviously with streaming. Streaming can help you talk, but then again, it's like you're talking to a screen or a camera, so sometimes it's not really the same feeling than with talking to like a physical person in front of you. But I ended up landing this new position at my job. Well, it's not new. I think it's been like 2-3 weeks at this point. Um, where I pretty much have to. It's like the support side of IT, just without it being technical. So I pretty much just have to talk to people all day. And it's been pretty good lately, and I think it forced me to get better at talking. I noticed it yesterday too when it came to me speaking to a couple of other people that I normally would be petrified with. I was like, oh shoot, this position, like, it really gave me some confidence and put some bass in my voice, because I used to be the type of person to talk very low. But I would say network engineering or cloud engineering would be my bet. You said cloud and AI is the way to go. Now tech is just going to keep advancing. If you can get an AWS cert and AI included, you should be golden. No, literally, that's exactly what I was planning on doing too. Is I was planning on learning either AI automation or machine learning, or AI machine learning, something that can give me the feel of AI, so that I could learn. Because obviously, we see it. AI is coming in, but of course, there's gonna have to be someone who is running AI, right? So that's why I'm like, I would love to. And then also too, cloud is taking over, so that's why I was already interested in cloud engineering. Um, but yeah, I feel like cloud engineering is more or less like the dream for me. Like I feel like I'm probably going to get into network engineering before I even touch cloud. But my real goal, man, is to end up getting into cloud. And then even so now too, like I was just looking at myself, because I do have this other channel, by the way. And that's for everyone in here. It is another channel that has my new channel, which is called Marzi Codes. And in Marzi Codes, it's literally going to be me coding, which I've learned web dev previously. And I'm building this like CompTIA A plus study app, pretty much, right? And I was doing that, and I was realizing, like, I'm surprised that I'm not interested in software engineering. Like, I know there's a lot more that definitely comes into software engineering, but I do have like a good amount of the basics down. And I'm like, I'm surprised that I'm not into it, but I don't know, like I just for some reason I've just never been into it. Maybe I gotta like hear from a software engineer how the job genuinely is. But a lot of people always tell me, like, based on the like some of the coding skills that I do have, they're like, I'm surprised you're not a software engineer. But it's just because I just never been interested as with coding being like the job. You said knock two hard skills with one stone. No, facts. Facts, facts, facts. I know no matter what, I'm going to pursue cloud and I'm going to pursue the AI automation. I just think always the hardest part is just getting the job, right? Because I'm someone who's very like disciplined and very motivated in the things that I end up learning, and I have just so much big dreams. Um, that I know I'm going to get it done and then I'm going to complete it. It's literally just about when, or not when, but well, when and then if I could get a damn job. But other than that, I ultimately I would be certified. I would have labs. I would have my freelance work, because I don't play. Like I've already been doing freelance work when it came to IT support, especially because I currently, as of right now, well, the only reason why I haven't been applying to IT support roles is because my current job is very stable. And then again, at this current job, I could use my current position for the support side of IT. And at my current job, there's another position that which kind of flips where it's like you're doing the technical side, but there's no support. So in my head, I'm just kind of like, let me stay here for a little bit, then try to switch over to more of the technical side. And then hopefully with that experience kind of blending them together, it could be considered like an IT role. But we'll have to see how that goes. That's currently what I'm doing now. You see, I just keep it simple for me, for myself. I'm heading into cyber, but going into IAM area of cyber, simple and easy, high paying money. Hey, that's dope, man. I was interested in cyber, and I still am too. I'm kind of like all over the place when it comes to where my end goal would be. Um, I feel like I chose cloud as like an alternative if I couldn't get into cyber, but because cyber seems very interesting to me and I think I would really like it. But when the people talk about the stress, I'm like, but I know the pay has to be worth it when you feel that stressed in cyber. I'm like, the pay must be worth it. But then again, it's like, but I don't know if I could have like my mental, because I'm sure network engineering and cloud engineering is stressful as well. But I would always think about like next to cyber, that must be hell. Like cybersecurity, I'm like, I don't know. That's why I feel like I have cloud as the alternative or network engineering as the alternative because I'm just like, what if I pursued it and even like let's say I got into SOC analysis and I'm just like, ooh, yeah, let me go, let me not do this again. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, I don't know, but we'll have to see what the future entails. But I definitely do plan to specialize in something, and hopefully I can find something. I'm looking at the older comments right now. Tell me why someone from this past stream, his name was Hamza. This is really funny. They put your voice question mark not audible because I don't talk when I do my 12-hour streams. So that was funny. Um, but yeah, so that was pretty much all that was there in the last stream because I think I was talking to people in the beginning. So there we go. But yeah, man, it's just I can't wait to end up just really just getting into this and even right now just doing all this learning, even if because sometimes I ask myself like, what if none of this worked? Would I feel like, me waking up every day before work to go and study, or me, doing just anything that I currently do, anything that I'm working towards, building the app, doing this YouTube channel. I'm like, would it still be worth it if it never got to the point where I would have liked it to get? As in, would I like say I never got into IT, or I never got into or the app never gets built? I'm like, would I still enjoy the fact that I put time towards it? And something I realize is like I feel like I find all this stuff as a hobby rather than it being like this is end goal, especially because I do currently, and I'm fortunate enough to have a good career job. So sometimes I think maybe that's why I see it more or less as a hobby. I could see why some people are like, serious about this stuff. Like sometimes people come in here and they'll be like, don't like they'll give like great advice sometimes, or well, it depends on how certain people perceive it, but they'll be like, don't pursue the A plus. If you know the basics, get the security plus. You should get an IT job like that. I'm like, I get that, but I realize that I have a hobby in wanting to collect these certs, but then also too, these certifications also help me drop college courses when I do enroll into the specific college I've been looking into. So I'm just like, why not get the certifications before, drop some courses when I'm there, and basically be able to get my degree a lot more quicker because I was able to drop courses and different things like that. But I just noticed that I find it more fun than anything. So me studying this whole time trying to get certs, I'm like, I don't even care whether this turned into a job or not. The fact that for one, I'm showing myself that I'm disciplined, that I'm consistent, but two, that I'm actually working towards something shows myself that I tried. Sometimes I realize that when we get older, a lot of people will mention things like, you know, um, I wish I did this, like they have regrets. And I'm like, at least because I pursued this, if it never worked, I would be so happy that I tried to pursue it. Um, and that I tried my damnedest, like, because sometimes too, some people will be like, I tried, but I know I didn't try enough or as hard as I could have. And I'm like, I know I'm doing everything that I can right now, literally by changing certain positions, by doing everything I'm doing. I'm like, I would be so proud of myself. Like, I know future me, no matter what path I go down, would be super proud of what the hell I'm doing. And that's something that keeps me pushing and not really, caring about whether all of this worked. I do it for fun, pretty much. Says, no facts. Well, good luck on your journey. Keep on grinding, achieve greatness. Thank you so much, man. And I pray that you end up as well, achieving whatever you're trying to achieve, man. Getting into, I think you said the cyber IAM area, man. I pray that you get in there, man, because I'm telling you, like, this would be great for us. It would be literally great for us. Says, don't listen to anyone. If you want to go get that A plus, get it. They're not you. If you want to get it, it will help you, go do it. You got this. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, but sometimes, people, they'll give you their opinions on that. And it's like, I like that, most of the time, because I'm like, I like that they're trying to help me. Sometimes I try to see it from that perspective, because maybe they chose to get it and they felt like it wasn't worth it. But then other times I'm just like, well, I'm gonna get it. And then they try to argue with me. I'm like, damn, I'm just trying to I just want to get it because it drops courses, man. And then also too, I don't really know the basics. Like literally, and this is why I love this YouTube channel, is I've been documenting this channel since day zero, meaning I knew nothing on day zero. Like, and I know some people who hop in here or hop on YouTube and they document their journey, but they already know everything. You know what I mean? Like kind of like my Marzi Codes journey, our YouTube channel is, granted, I documented the coding journey on this channel, but on that new channel, it's kind of meant to be the finished product of the coding that I've learned and what I'm putting into on that channel, right? But a lot of people don't have a channel where they actually started from day zero. So I always tell people, it's like, I actually didn't know anything except for what I just learned in these 123 days. And currently everything I've been studying has just been from the CompTIA A plus. So it's like, there's still a lot that needs to be learned here. And technically too, I kind of started my CompTIA A plus studying 2 months ago. And I know normally people, especially if they work full time, they kind of get their cert in 6 months. And that's kind of what it's looking like for me. I think I'm gonna get my full certification like when it hits the exact 6 month, maybe month mark, or even shorter, because I've been kind of flying through the security section, which I did want to get into that a little bit. I believe I got super far. I'm still technically in 2.5, but like I said, Professor Messer, he made this session really long, but I should literally finish it today because I have 3 more videos left, and after this stream, I'm going to end up studying these last 3 videos, and then I should be in 2.6. Which is going super well. And the next couple of videos of 2.6, 7, 8, 10, 11 is literally just 5 videos. So I'm like, I could definitely, because for 2.5, I think I got through like 6 videos straight. So I'm like, I could definitely get through that in like the next day. Obviously though, I don't want to jump too crazy. I do need to be able to quiz myself, make sure that I'm understanding everything that I'm learning. So we'll definitely see how things end up going. What is up, Dayhawk? Says, well, this is a nice change of pace to show up in my timeline. CompTIA nearly 15 years ago is when I got my Net Plus from them for technician work. Fun stuff, boring to death stuff, plus we pay it. Definitely. That is actually the best way to explain CompTIA. Literally. Especially too, as of right now, like what I'm noticing with the A plus is that this might be the longest like cert I will ever have to work towards to get. Cause like I understand network plus security plus, CCNA, right? All those certs, it's going to be difficult, right? Because it's going to be stronger topics, and instead of it being really the basics, it's going to be a little bit deeper. But I'm like, at least it's not as broad. Because if I'm struggling, with the CompTIA A plus, and let's say I'm struggling with the operating system, it's like, I better get every other section right just to be able to pass, because there's so much different stuff you need to know. Like then you got operating systems, you got software, you got, or not software, sorry, security. Let me see what the other section was. Operational needs. I think I'm trying to go off the top of my dome, but I don't remember what the 4th one was. I think it's operational procedures and then software troubleshooting. It's like if you're struggling in one of those damn areas, it's like you better get it completely right in the other 3, and that's impossible. So you really got to make sure that you know like a good amount of everything so you can end up passing. Especially too, it's a 100 out of 900 on the scale, so that pretty much means you could, I think that's like a 75, or yeah, I think you need to get like a 75 to end up passing, or an 80. No, I think it's a 75. So and then there's 90 questions on the whole exam. The only good news is that if you're struggling on a subtopic, at least there's probably only going to be 3 damn questions on that subtopic. But other than that, it's like it's tough. Each section practically has 25 questions. Um, some of them may have like 10 or 15, but that's still like a good amount. I'm like, damn, the CompTIA A plus is gonna be crazy. You said C plus, C++, basic, visual basic, and those certifications I worked on 15 years ago. Back then, though, the cost of it was $100+, so it's not nearly as expensive as today. No, yes, because I was just looking at the CompTIA plus. I think for Core 1 and Core 2, and let's say you want to retake on both of them, I believe it's $316 each. So I would be having to spend $316 each. That'll probably be like around what, like 600 and almost 40, something like that. That's insane. Or like probably 30, I think 32 or something like that. I don't know. But that's insane. Like, uh-uh. 640 fucking two. That's like, and then imagine you fail your retake and you have to hop back in there. Granted, you don't have to pay for another retake if you feel confident your third time. You could just pay the 250, but that's like now you're going back to 700. Let's say you did that for the next one. 800, 900, almost about to spend $1,000 because your ass is failing on quizzes. You better take it and you better know you're gonna pass. Like, it's crazy. Because if it was $100, I feel like everybody would be going for it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, okay, well, granted, at that time too, I feel like money was so different back then. Like it must have felt expensive at the time, but I'm like, if it was still $100, I think a lot of people would be going for these damn certs. You said, good God, lol. Glad I got out of IT 5 years ago to open Airbnbs. No more technician work for me. Hey, oh my God, you know what's so crazy? I've always been so interested in doing Airbnbs, but what my goal has been is to like pursue a good career that pays well and then try to use that money to then fund the Airbnbs. Because I've always been super interested in that. But I'm just like, I can't do it now because if I decided to like do that now, it would have to work. You know what I'm saying? Because like, otherwise I'm gonna have to live there and then my mortgage is gonna be high as hell because like come on. So I'm just like I was thinking use my current job, use all that income, whatever the hell I'm making, and just put that towards that. 'Cause I would love to do Airbnbs. I feel like it feels a lot more. I mean, it definitely could still be a little bit more like stressful because you have to either clean the house or hire people to clean it, and you have to put them, on a payroll or but technically not really, but you gotta pay them, and it's just like I could see the stresses that come from that too, but I don't know. I think I would definitely prefer that in the end. So it takes time, but it's exactly what I do. Yeah. Yeah, that's dope, man. That is super dope. I've always been so interested in that. Well, I'm interested in a lot of things. My whole thing, especially being as young as I am, is always just try to do it, right? Obviously when it comes to stuff like that though, that could be a financial, like if I really did it and then I failed, like that could be a huge financial toll on me. So I got to make sure when I do that, make sure that I'm genuinely prepared, like as in I got a good career type shit. So if I can't Airbnb this, then at least I can live here and I'm gonna live comfortably. Um, that's kind of like at least for the first house that I do. Eventually, if I'm doing like really good with it, oh, about to get like two, three. Got to see how that goes. But no, yeah, I think that would be super, super damn dope. And then also too, eventually, if you keep it long enough, and that equity goes up, selling wouldn't be bad neither. But then again, too, it's like if you're Airbnbing it and you're just making an income, I might just continue to make the damn income. Um, but that's also something too that I've been interested in with houses. Well, granted, houses are assets, but I've always been interested in the concept of like, because I know somebody who ended up buying like I think they had a condo and they ended up selling their condo, but I believe they got the condo for like 100,000, but they ended up selling it for 50, and he was really upset about it because he wanted to sell it for like 70 at least, but the equity obviously wasn't up, and at the time too he just had to sell it, like he just needed money at the time. So I was like, but still low key, like I get it, it could be annoying because you put in 100K, but it's kind of low key good because if something, like for instance how he was going through like a troubling time and he really just needed the money, I'm like, it's low key crazy that people could do that sometimes. Like if it's like okay, whatever. Like I know it's not gonna be close to 100, but if I need this 50, and then obviously it's gonna get taxed out a little bit. So maybe like 45. It's like okay, I need this, and you could just do it like that. I'm like, that's kind of cool, but I know it would suck to know that like some people lose that much. So I'll be honest, if I knew what I knew now, I would have never gone to college to get an associate's, bachelor's, master's because those degrees didn't get me any IT jobs. It was my Net Plus certification. No, yeah. I mean, that's kind of I feel like everybody's journey tends to be a little bit different. But I don't know, I feel like for me when it comes to getting like certifications and degrees, I feel like I always do it because I see it as like a hobby. I just want to like collect it. Um I don't really I feel like the financial burden of it doesn't really feel like a burden, especially because since they have WGU and you can get your degree in a quicker time. You can get it in probably like 2 years and only pay 16,000, which that's still like, a good amount, but that's not 40 or 50. Sometimes people pay over 120 for a college degree. So I'm like 16,000, that's kind of like a steal right there. So might as well get it. Um, and also I just always wanted to get a degree. I think it's just something I just wanted to accomplish. As long as it's not going to strain me financially, then I feel like I don't care to really go for degrees or certifications. But if I'm realizing like I'm really like trying to buy these certs, buy these degrees, and I'm like going broke on it or something, I'll be like, okay, yeah, there's no point for it. But because I could really afford it, I'm like, why not? It's never that deep. So to run an Airbnb where I live, you need a real estate license. Sadly, I had to do all those classes. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane. I was gonna say because I think I probably wouldn't want to do it where I live. I'm considering going to a different state, but I don't think in the state that I do want to do it at, I don't believe that they have they need oh my goodness, can I speak? I don't believe you need to get your real estate license. But I feel like I wouldn't mind getting my real estate license though, just because like, what if one day that's something I do? But I doubt it. I doubt it. That would be crazy. I don't think I would have that in me to be a real estate agent. It says 50,000 was my total debt, but because my college went out of business, I didn't have to make any more payments on it, so I've been debt free since 2021. Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. I think I did one semester. I did one semester, and just alone. Well, technically 2 semesters because they played me, which irked me. Because the second semester, I kept calling before the semester started, and I was trying to drop out of college because I was like, yo, because at this time, like I ended up dropping out of college simply because life just started to get real. Like I didn't have the beauty of being able to live with parents and go to college. I wish I did, but I didn't. I had to grow up fast. So I was like, I need a job. So currently my current job is a very stable career job. It's just not IT, so it's not like something I'm passionate about, but it's definitely something that pays the bills, right? So I was like, I need a job, I need an apartment. So I just decided to start working first. And glory to God, I got into this position or got into my job because my job is pretty good for someone who doesn't have a degree. But I ended up dropping out probably like within the second-ish semester. So I think my tuition at the time was like 10,000. And I was like, damn. I'm like, I didn't even start the second semester. I basically dropped out like 3 days into the second semester, but classes technically didn't even start. So it was just so weird. I was like, okay, whatever. And I didn't fight it, but obviously, I was really young at the time. I think I was like 20. So I wasn't thinking about, oh, but you guys weren't in the office, so I was trying to drop out, but y'all wouldn't let, like, you know what I'm saying? So I wasn't thinking of trying to fight that, so I was like, whatever, I'm gonna just take it. And it was only 10,000. I think that ended up getting paid off, like, within a year or two. Um, so I was happy about that. So I'm debt free, but I don't have a degree. I'm debt free, but no degree. So, but, no, yeah, I am getting these certs. Uh, I really am. I'm super excited though to be doing all of this and getting into this journey. I'm gonna have like a strong headache. I don't know why. I do not know why. Hold on, real quick. I just want to make sure that my stream is. Oh damn! I've only been streaming for 30 minutes. It feels like I've been on here. Oh wait, no. I think it's tripping. Oh no, it's really been 30 minutes. Damn. I thought I'd been on here for like an hour. He said, but yeah, nice channel. Keep up the good. Or hold on, let me read it here. Keep up the pace you're going at. Places I worked at paid for most of my certifications back then. Hey, that's what's up. I'm sure if I was probably in like an actual IT support position, I believe I could run into stuff like that, but my current position is like more of the support side of things in this building. So I'm like, yes, it's still a W. It's still a W. Still something I could hopefully use as experience to end up getting, into different places. But thank you so much, man, for saying this was a nice channel. I tried. But I wanted to talk a little bit about So what's well, I guess actually I kind of answered a lot of these because I had some questions that I was gonna get into. I had some questions I was gonna get into when it came to the CompTIA A plus, and I guess technically about IT support. But I feel like I've normally already answered a lot of these. I want to say the hardest topic. Well, actually, I feel like there wasn't really a hard topic when it came to the CompTIA A plus. I was just thinking about that because I'm like looking into it. I think maybe the hardest topic, it wasn't necessarily a topic itself. I think it was just a subtopic. I always say it has to be the command lines. And I think sometimes for me, it's when it comes to the command lines, and not even just the command lines, but just anything that's like abbreviated, it's hard because my brain just cannot like remember what the full abbreviation is. So like for instance, I see ACL and let's say or this is access control list. Then you have something called single sign-on, but the abbreviation is SSO. Now, if I get asked something about these questions, it's like I would know that the answer, let's say we're talking about for single sign-on, I would know, okay, single sign-on is the answer. But I would only know that if I seen single sign-on. So when I see SSO, my brain just starts like doing flips. So it kind of reminds me of when it comes to the command lines, because the command lines obviously they're technically like abbreviated, right? They're not literally spelled out on what the hell is happening. Sometimes it is in a way like check disk, but that's a lot more easier. You see IP, you see ping, like those things start to stick. But when you see things like top, PS, DU, I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what are we talking about? Like it gets a little bit confusing when it gets to certain things like that. And I'm like, I've learned I think that's just my downfall. Is I cannot, when it comes to abbreviations, for the life of me, ever answer that question correctly if it's abbreviated. Like I mean I've been really trying like testing myself on other abbreviations. I haven't even took a step towards um the command lines. Well, maybe the Windows command lines, but not the Linux command lines. The Windows command lines, it's okay, but then sometimes they'll be like, what is slash S or slash F or slash X? I'm like, okay, come on. I'm like, I can't do this. Like I wasn't even told I needed to learn that. So now I have to re-go back through it and I'm like, F it. I'm gonna just leave that in the past. I would say probably the hardest was maybe the command lines or just anything that's like abbreviated. That's definitely where I feel like I find my most difficulty. The easiest topic was definitely security. I'm still going through security and it's so easy. And I also think the reason why it's easy is because they have better names for stuff. Like I don't know if I'm tripping, but like when you see phishing, it's like that's just such a good name and it's different. So you're immediately thinking of what the answer is. Like sometimes things seem so, especially in the operating system, things seem so similar that it was kind of like, okay, like I can't figure out what the difference between this install is and this install. But when you got phishing, then you got vishing, you got smishing, it's like, okay, you're understanding a little bit. QR code phishing, spear phishing, shoulder surfing, it's like right in the damn name, tailgating, impersonation. I'm like, so far security has just been like easy peasy. Did I even quiz myself on that? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm looking at something I haven't quizzed myself on. I was like, hold on, that looks a little bit difficult. I see why. Even looking into malware, Trojan, rootkit. It's like I think a lot of it is really in the name, and then even if you don't understand the name, it's like you probably understand every name around it. That is kind of like you could just get the answer. So I noticed security section has been so easy for me. You said to learn the abbreviations for Net Plus, I used index cards and I would put the abbreviations on each side with the answers. Doing flip cards like that helped me learn pyramid hierarchy for networking. Oh, you know what? That's probably definitely the wave. Because at first I was doing flashcards, but then I realized I was doing them for questions that were super simple. Like literally this top one is just like which file system has a max of 4 GB. I'm like, okay, that was easy. Like that's FAT32. So I'm like, I realized I was doing it for a lot of easy ones, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting it. But it's like, no, girl, you're just getting it because it was easy. Like, it's like actually do some hard ones. Um, so I wasn't even thinking about that, but I should because I have leftover flashcards here that I have not used. Damn, I used a lot though, but that I have not used, and I was planning on buying more, but then when I stopped, I stopped. So I do definitely need to get back into that. Maybe that's the wave for abbreviations because, like I said, I get it when I see it. Like if I see denial of service, I'm like, oh, okay, the answer would be this. But if I see DOS, I'm like, what are we talking about? I don't know what DOS is. And what the hell is DDoS? I thought DDoS was DOS. You know what I'm saying? So then I'll start getting confused as hell. So I really do got to get into that. The FAT32 in good old hard drive formats. Says, have you done the CompTIA A plus yet? No, I have not. I'm still currently trying to pursue this certification. Hopefully I can end up getting it. I'm trying to see, like, because sometimes I feel like sometimes people come in here and they ask me that, and I always wonder, like, is my title written in a weird way that it might come off like I got it, because I don't want it to be like it looks like that. Who knows? But sometimes people are just scrolling. Hey, we hit 2,172 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for hitting that sub button. That is crazy. I've been waiting. No, I'm just kidding. Imagine. Well, honestly, it's only been like a day. But hey, thank y'all so much. Let me go and see. Becoming an IT support specialist. CompTIA A plus study. Real troubleshooting. Oh, I actually really like my titles. My titles are low-key fire. I literally do the same title every time. I don't even know what I'm talking about. But by the way, for everybody in here, if you want to see someone coding a app or getting into coding, definitely look in the description. I have a new channel called Marzy's Coding, and I dropped my first video the other day where I began trying to build this app, which was super cool and it was super fun to do. I ended up getting a lot more further though as of now, and things look a bit different. But if you guys want to give me some advice on that channel about what, you know, certain things should look like, definitely go let me know. It's super fun. Hopefully I can make it a deployable app, an app that everyone can use. And then if not, then I guess it's fine. I guess I built an app and I just sit on it, but it's supposed to be a really fun app. Granted, it could be a project-based app, but I really plan on hopefully making it a genuine app. So if you guys want to go check that out, that would be greatly appreciated. I believe it sends you straight to the video though. I probably shouldn't have did that link. Oh, did I not put my Discord link in the description? I thought I did. So when you do, did you say when you do hope you get it, I think? Or when do you hope to do it? Sorry, I'm just like so bad at reading. It's not even funny. I mean, I kind of don't like to put, expectations sometimes because I feel like it can get to me a little bit. But I would probably say maybe the end of April. It is definitely possible that it could be before that, but it's also possible that it could be after that, because something that I've learned recently is that sometimes I move faster on certain topics and other times I move very slow on certain topics. So I'm like, I don't really want to put like a timeline and say, oh, I'm gonna get it at this time, and then I, pretty much don't. But I would say hopefully by the end of April, or at least core 2. Sorry about that. I forgot about that. For at least core 2. And then I'm hoping that for core 1, I could hopefully get that by August or maybe the month before. But it's going to be a little bit tricky about when I get that one, because I do, like I was telling y'all, well, I was saying this earlier, but I know some of y'all weren't here. I'm very interested in this certain position at my current job that involves more technical than the support side. So a part of me is thinking that after I finish the core 2, I was going to kind of study for that position, which it should be simple. I could probably do it in like a month or two. But I just want to study for that position necessarily, and then from there go back into getting the core 1 of the CompTIA A plus. So I might like split that up. We'll see how that ends up going, or maybe I could try to manage both of them. But that's around overtime season, so that's why in my head is kind of like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to manage both. I would have to choose one, and I would obviously prefer to do that other one just to get into a technical position first and then finish the CompTIA. So it really depends. We'll see how that goes. But hopefully by August, if not August, maybe 2 months after. It says, would you say the CompTIA A plus is a money grab from them? And could you legitimately get a job from the certification itself with no job experience in the field? I honestly think it's definitely different for a lot of people. There's a lot of different stories of people who got the CompTIA A plus with no experience and got jobs. And there's a lot of people who say, hell no, that's not gonna happen. So it really just depends on people. I currently don't work in an IT support job, so I can't say whether the CompTIA A plus is a money grab or if you can actually use it for a job. I don't really like to give an opinion on that because I genuinely just don't know, except for what people like to, say. So I think it's more 50-50. It depends on the person. It probably genuinely depends on the job too, on just whether or not they're going to hire you just off of that. I think to an extent, though, they might want you to have experience, but I don't believe, like, if you're going for an entry level role, I think they're going to be more understanding, but I believe they would want you to have at least some freelance experience or some lab work. If you're straight up trying to get a certification and just apply, I think that's a no all around, right? No matter what job it is, just having a straight certification and, well, I guess technically if you get certified in medical things, that's different, but like in anything in tech, if you're certified and you immediately think I'm going to get a job with it, that's a no. But I think there's certain certifications you could have, but you can add on maybe some freelance things, or you can add on lab work, you can add on independent work. I think from there you can probably land at an entry level with possibly having the CompTIA A plus. You might need to get another one, network or security plus, but I wouldn't know because I haven't really tried. But I do know for a fact if you're just getting the certification and nothing else, you're damn sure not landing a role. Like you're gonna need to add a little bit of something to that, more than likely lab work and possibly some freelance work. And when I say freelance, I don't mean you need to be working constantly every single day. Like freelance work is literally like there's some people who document freelance work, but they probably did like 4 jobs in a month. You know what I mean? So it doesn't need to be nothing crazy, and it could be with family. Unless you're gonna try to, I guess, use them as a reference, that might be weird. But I personally, when it comes to freelance work, I think you can technically get away without needing a reference, but in a way, you're doing it for people, so you could use them if you want to. But it really just depends. So yeah, the core two was the easiest for me. Oh really? I heard a lot of people. I mean no. Yeah, I was gonna say I heard a lot of people who said the opposite. Cause at first I was learning a little bit of the core one, and it like I said, my beginning, if y'all wanted to rewatch it, you can rewatch it, but my beginning of the journey was so confusing because I tried to do it with the Google IT support cert, and at first they make you learn hardware, a little bit of hardware, and then they make you jump into software. So that's kind of what I did. So I just decided to learn a little bit of hardware and then I got into software. And so from there, I was like, okay, what's going on? So I looked at the CompTIA A plus and I'm like, hold on, they're making me learn 2 different cores. So I just decided to stick with core 2 because I actually heard a lot of people say core 2 was the hardest. So I was like, oh, let me get core 2 out of the way because it's so difficult. Um, but then also too, I think for me, it really sometimes just comes down to how you are as a person. I'm really more hands-on. So I feel like for me, like hardware will always be a lot more easier to me, especially when I was learning hardware. Man, like I was flying through it, but I decided to try and choose what was harder because in my head it's like once you knock out the hard one, um, from there it should be going up. Like straight up. That's just how I thought about it. Says CompTIA for me, got me the jobs over my degree. So honestly, for me, yes, certifications do get your foot in the door. I would say very eye-catching for your CV, but I don't know. But there needs to be more stuff on your CV that makes you stand out. No, yeah, facts, facts. I 100% agree. Cause like I also think, especially with this generation now, a lot of people get degrees, like, and that's why, for me, like I said, I was super grateful that I did drop out because I didn't have the knowledge then. But I was going for a computer science degree, right? And a lot of people nowadays, they get a degree and they're immediately thinking, I'm gonna get a job. As if they don't have to apply for internships, as if they don't have to go and do these labs, as if they don't have to do independent work, as if they may have to start in a really like crappy pay job just to be able to use that degree to elevate in different jobs, right? And I had no idea about that. So in my head, I know I definitely would have been one of those people who would have graduated this year and just thought, oh, I have a degree, I'm fine. I'm gonna go and be able to do this, do that. It's like, no, that's not how that works. And honestly, school should have taught that. Oh, I didn't even see that message. You said last programming language I spent time learning was C sharp, college shoved Python. Oh yeah, 'cause I gotta learn Python. I gotta learn Python, and I think I need to learn. Oh no, I want to learn C++ plus plus for making games one day. You said, have you been studying the A plus for 123 days? No, I have not. I believe I started studying maybe 2-ish months ago. My time frames are so bad because I work night shift. So I want to say it could have been 2-ish. I always say 2 months though. That's the problem. I'm like, there's no way it's still been 2 months. I don't know. I think I know I started studying for it, I think a month after So maybe it's about to be 3 months now that I've been studying for the certification. But I do normally, around that time, I normally had about an hour a day to study for my certification. Because at the time I was doing 12-hour to 10-hour shifts at my current job. So it's definitely difficult to, be able to be like, okay, I'm gonna get this or learn as much as I can learn because it's literally like 1 hour. So I think it might have been 3 months or something. So computer science degrees beat the math into you, lol. No, yes. Well, actually, I got lucky. My first semester, I avoided a math class and I avoided, I think like it was just intro to computer science. That was the only class I took. So I was like, yes. And then I dropped out first semester. I was like, deuces, I cannot. But the classes weren't hard. Well, actually, it probably was gonna get hard eventually, but I ended up dropping out because I just had to grow up fast. Like there was just no way. I didn't have the the blessing to be able to live with parents or live with somebody and get a degree. I had to grow up. I had to get an apartment. I had to get a car, which is obviously where I'm at right now. Um, well, my apartment, not the car. No, I'm just but obviously where I'm at now. So, and then I got lucky with finding a good job. Normally, a lot of people come here when they don't have degrees, so I got super lucky to be here. So glory to God for that. He said, "Are you currently in school? If so, what school and what program?" I'm not in school, but I do plan to go for the degree in WGU simply because it's a degree literally, or it's a college, an online college literally made for people who work full time technically. I mean, anyone could do it. Like if you don't work full time, you could definitely go for it if you're disciplined enough. Because if you're not disciplined, then you're gonna rack up some debt. But I really haven't heard much people do that. So most of the time, I guess people who take it are they're really they're trying to get their damn degree, so they stay focused. But it's all self-paced pretty much. But I think you get charged or you get like tuition you have to pay or whatever the hell every 6 months. So there's 6 month terms, and you could take as much courses as you want within the 6 months. So let's say you take about 10 courses within the first 6 months because it was just so easy. Then you pass 10 courses. Now you have 32 left. Let's say in the second 6 months you do another 10. Now you have 20 something left, and now a year has been passed. So you can probably finish that in one more year. So it's pretty cool. It's you could fast pace it, but you can also self pace. So I think it's dope. So computer science, as my buddy who works for a tech firm making code for UI said to me, those CS degrees be integers and intervals into you. Says, what degree program? I'm also in WGU. I start cloud and network engineering in the first. Hey, what's up, man? I was actually I planned on going for the IT one, and I was gonna get the IT and or the bachelor's and the master's, because I heard that when you get the master's, it can help you get into managerial type of roles, and then on top of that, it gives you a boost in your pay if you land a managerial type of role, right? But then I was also thinking about getting the cloud network engineering, but the only reason why I didn't get that one first or enroll into that, or well, I haven't enrolled yet, but the reason why I wasn't gonna choose that one was because I feel like it's not necessarily like a common degree. Like you don't see that in every college. So I was afraid of that if I did get that one. It was honestly like not that it wasn't gonna mean nothing, but just that it probably wasn't gonna. I'm not explaining because obviously it's still gonna help you land an IT support job and especially a networking slash cloud role. But I was just like, I don't really see this in a lot of colleges, so I don't want to like get it and then some people be like, what type of degree is that? So I just decided that I was gonna go for like the IT one. And then with that IT stuff, because you could take those classes and those certifications and the courses that you passed and put it onto your cloud and network engineering one. So I was thinking if I did that, I could hopefully go for the cloud and network engineering and possibly have like 7 classes just left so I could stack 2 degrees and then get the next one. But that was the only reason why I didn't do it, because I was just scared. But honestly, if it's probably gonna be perfectly fine. Um, just getting that. But I was just like, I don't know. I think I want to get something that's like a main name, and then also too, I wanted something where I can get a master's. Cause like I said, with you getting your master's and being in a certain position, you could possibly boost your pay 10 to 17,000 more, or salary 10 to 17,000 more. So I was just like, I want something that gives me a master's at least. And I wouldn't mind a managerial type of role, but of course I would have to be in the field for a minute. So to pass A plus labs and quizzes, hundreds of questions or more, no facts. Facts, facts, facts. It says what I can work with CompTIA Security Plus. Um, honestly, with CompTIA Security Plus, I believe there is certain positions in like IT where you could be on the security team, but it's not cyber yet. It's like literally before cyber, but it's still security. I believe it will be for those type of positions. I know that I can also go to cybersecurity as well. Um, and then I know that there's other different stuff. I believe it still helps with an IT support role. It probably still can help you get into a networking role as well. But still, a lot of it too. You remember you still need probably like some freelance role. You still may need uh IT experience. You still may need what is it called? I'm trying to say, oh, lab work, right? There's still gonna need to be add-ons no matter what to your certification, but those are probably the type of roles that you could land if you did that well. Hey, thank you so much. I believe your name is Ali or Ali, I'm not sure. Thank you so much for this donation. It says you have a lot of potential. I see that you were putting in the work. Well done. You're smashing it. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. That was super amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought I could like, oh, I think I did. I hearted it. I hearted it. Hey. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. That's crazy. It says, well, in associations in networking, bachelor's in networking, and master's in programmation is how my college defined network admin positions, the highest paying position for ITs by miles. I didn't even know about a network admin position. That's crazy. It says, oh, CompTIA finally offered the Security Plus cert. Yes, CompTIA finally does it. It says CompTIA A plus. Something that I was gonna be. Let me go and see, because you said network admin. I kind of want to look into that because I never heard of that. Because the only reason why I was doing, well, I'm interested in networking, but I was gonna do network engineering or network architect because I thought that was, well, I think network architect might be higher than network admin, but if it's not, then no, okay, we'll see. Because I might be interested in that. But even still, though, I'm pretty sure with network architect, I think you need to have like 10 years in it. So it's like, even if it is higher than that, it's like I probably should go to network admin then. But of course, it's still going to take time. I want to look into network admin. I never seen that. So is it like a mix of like networking and system admin basically? I'm assuming. Potentially. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for that donation. I'm sorry. I love getting donations. I think that's probably like in total, that might be my 4th ever one. That is super goated. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, where'd it go? So it says network architect is generally considered a higher level, more senior position than the network admin. Okay, I was gonna say I figured that, but it says a network admin is an IT professional responsible for the day-to-day maintenance, security, and organization of. Oh my goodness, I love reading these type of job descriptions because I love networking. I don't know if my comment section is. Wait, hold on, real quick. I want to make sure that it's not stuck. You say maybe like 5 years to do architect, but you know life at 3. Okay, okay. Says they ensure the data flows reliably between devices, whether through local area networks, LANs, wide area networks. Cloud infrastructures. I like that. Infrastructure management, installing, configuring, and maintaining hardware such as routers, switches, admins. I mean, it sounds like a damn good position. It sounds like a damn. Oh, it says a network admin. Oh, then a systems admin. So I guess it's a little bit. Okay, so they're focused on the infrastructure while system admin is computer systems themselves. I love the infrastructure. Stop. Because I'm assuming if I'm a network admin, please tell me that means I'm more or less hands-on. I love hardware. Well, I guess technically it would be routers, switchers, and, but I love it. I love it. I love it. Let me go and see real quick. So cloud engineer or network admin, which is better? I'm sure it's cloud engineer, but then also too, I kind of want to know, what about network engineer? Have things changed over the years? Have things changed? Says cloud engineer is considered the better path. Okay, understood. I already figured. And then it's, oh, it does say network engineer is higher than network admin, but the good news is though is that network engineer, though it is higher than that, I could probably try to be a network admin and then use that position to try and get into a network engineering role. Because I didn't even know that there was some, cause I know you could be a junior network engineer, but like, for instance, let's say I can't land that role or something. At least now I know I can go for a network admin role and then hopefully try to use that experience to try to land a network engineering role. But I definitely prefer cloud. But it's just, I just know that I need experience and I'm gonna need something that pays good for the time being. And network engineering isn't like that much less than cloud engineering. They say the median pay for 2026 is 110 to 132, while cloud engineering is 118 to 148. So it's like there's still a little bit, like you're still gonna get paid a bit more with cloud. But I think cloud architecture though pays a lot more than network architecture. I don't know. We're gonna have to look into that. It says, what cybersecurity jobs can you do from home and are in demand for each? What certification should you have to get it? I honestly think the work from home ones are going to be difficult simply because they're, of course, going to want to offer remote jobs to people who've actually worked in cybersecurity field. So you might have to work in person first before you could ever think about landing a remote role. But I wouldn't say don't apply to remote roles. You can definitely continue to apply. But I'm not sure about cybersecurity remote jobs. I would probably say if you want, you can go on LinkedIn and or Indeed and just type in cybersecurity remote or something like that, and you might be able to find stuff. But and then with the certifications, I know at my current college that they or the community college down the street for cybersecurity, they have like this whole course that makes you get the A plus, the security plus, the network plus. So I think there's a lot more you should end up getting. I'm just not necessarily sure because I'm not in the current pursuit of cybersecurity. I could probably go and look it up. Like, let me see if I could find something on Google. Like, what type of certs will I need if I want to pursue? Oh, how they know though? Cybersecurity. Let's see. So, what job do I have now? I currently work at this warehouse that is a career job, but in this current position, it's kind of like an IT role, but just without the technical side of things is normally how I explain it to people. It's really just me solving problems for people, basically all the support side of, let's say, like help desk, for instance. So I answer phone calls or they come in person, they have an issue, I tell them the answer, or I can solve the issue. There's some paperwork that we have to do depending on how further the issue goes. Sometimes you have to explain a very hard issue to people who may not understand it. So it's very similar to like IT. It's just nothing is technical yet. So I could use this for the support side or the talking side of things. But eventually there is a certain position at this job that kind of flips. So eventually there's a position that I want to get into that is more or less technical, but without the support. And I'm gonna hopefully try to put these two positions together so that I could hopefully kind of use it like a like I got entry level experience, if that makes sense. But it's gonna be a hard thing to do. But I think if I can word it correctly on my resume and then also in an interview, I think I could pretty much use that in that way. But then also too, I do a lot of freelance work of IT stuff. I do stuff with either cameras, laptops, phones, TVs, anything that requires troubleshooting, of course, not like electronic stuff. That's like a different realm. But different things like that. So it says to start a cybersecurity degree or start a cybersecurity path. It says the computer. I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What is your name? The one. I'm so sorry. I cannot speak right now. To start a career in cybersecurity, the CompTIA Security Plus is essential. So that's the one that I believe you said you're getting. Next is another certification called the Google Cybersecurity Certificate. It's beginner friendly, but I'm assuming if you got the Security Plus, you might not need to get that one. There's a GIC or GIAC Security Essentials, which is technical. And then they have a specialized options like Certified Ethical Hacker, which I hear a lot of people tend to get that one. But like I said, since I'm not pursuing cybersecurity, I can't really tell you what. They have management ones called Certified Information System Security Professional. I heard that one was a tough one though, but it's obviously for a managerial type of role. They have the cybersecurity analysis, which is called the CompTIA SYSA plus. So you could definitely go for that one. Yeah, and I think that's pretty much it. If you get the security plus, get the CompTIA cybersecurity analysis and certified ethical hacker, Those ones are intermediate and advanced though. But it really depends, I think, like on what roles you're going for. I know there's a lot more certifications you can get, and there's also a WGU degree, by the way, if you are interested. Um, it's a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. I believe they have a master's as well, and they kind of force you to get um certain certifications throughout the degree, and they kind of pay for it as well if you want to, like, obviously you're paying tuition, but it's within your tuition, so they would end up actually paying for uh the certifications. I'm trying to see which certifications they're going to force you to get. I think there's about 16 of them. I'm going to read all 16 of the ones that they would get you to get. So basically they would make you get A plus, Data plus, Network plus, Security plus, Project plus, Cybersecurity, SOC analysis plus, or whatever that was called. Network vulnerability assessment, professional network security, analytics, pen test plus, IT operations specialist, secure infrastructure specialist. Oh my goodness, they make you get hella shit. Certified cloud security professional, and system security certified practitioner. They make you get about 16 of them. That is insane. And if you do about 2 years, because you could fast forward these degrees on WGU. I hope the one is still here because I'm teaching. I'm eating right now. But if you do it for about 2 years, that should be about $18,000 tuition wise. And you could definitely do it in 2 years if you are full time doing college. It's definitely achievable. But if it takes you 4 years, that's about 36,000. If it takes you 3 years, 27,000. And it could take you a year and a half. That's like 13,000. 2 years and a half, 23,000. So it really depends on how long it takes you, but those are some of the certs they can make you get if you got that degree. It basically forces you to get all the certifications as well. Said appreciate it. A. You're welcome. So if you want to go look it up, it's cybersecurity's bachelor's degree, WGU, and you should be able to find it all there. Also, as well, just to give you a little bit of something, is that if you do end up getting these certifications before you ended up going for that degree, if you are gonna go for it, right? You could drop a lot of classes, especially because those degrees probably cover almost half of the classes. I think in total, let me see. It doesn't say. Damn. I was like, normally they tell you, oh, so in total there's 38 courses. So let's say you got all those certifications, you might be able to drop about maybe even over 10 courses. So it's potential that you could get that degree like quick. And then they also have all the classes here that you are going to have to be taking as well with a brief description if you wanted to do that. If you don't want to, then that's fine. You can just go for the certifications. Okay, let me go back to this. Okay, I'm back. I had to give my cat his medication. So network admin was a job I worked for 2 years, and you were on call 24/7 like an emergency service. However, unlike programming job, less hours worked. So I was gonna say, because I have a question for you for that position, is so let's say I'm trying to become a network engineer, but then I can't like land that role or a junior network engineer. Should I pursue network admin? Like, would that be more easier for me to land if I can't get a network engineering role? If that makes sense? Because I think that's my question. Because like, 'cause I know that's gonna look really good if I can't land a network engineering role, but then I'm like, F it, let me go to network admin, and then I use that experience to go to network engineering, right? I think that would be super goated because I was just looking at it too because the pay is like 89 to 90. So I'm like, I think I wouldn't mind going from my current position, which would be a technical position without support. Obviously I'm thinking in the future as of right now. If I'm in that position, I wouldn't mind going from that position and then going to, you know, network admin if that was the case because, the pay would stay the same. The hardest part about leaving my current job is that the pay is amazing. So it's like it gets difficult, but I would have to do it if I want to have more pay, or I guess better pay, or do something that I'm just passionate about. Honestly, I'm tired of being in a big ass. Sorry, I keep cussing. I hate that I cuss. I'm tired of being in a warehouse. I would love to rather work in a damn office. That's always something I think about. Like I don't care how busy I am. If I could be in an office, or even if it's like I'm like in the basement because I'm working with doing something in the basement or whatever the hell. Like I wouldn't care. But if I could just be in a damn office for almost like most of my shift, I would be excited. But let me go to the content. I mean, wait, no, I'm trying to see how much like subscriber, because I seen someone ended up subscribing. It was, their name was what? So that was funny. But for some reason I cannot see my damn like subscribers. Oh, I think it's right here. Okay, we ended up getting one more sub. That's super dope. We're at 2,173. By the way, if you guys are new here, we are, as you can see at the top left, we have a goal of hitting 3,000 subs. So it would be super crazy if all y'all can just hit that sub button real quick and follow this journey. I mean, you don't have to, but it would be super sick. So thank you so very much. You're welcome. I think I already said you're welcome, but you're welcome again. Said, oh, that I should get my certs. No, definitely. Hey, start stacking. It says, I'm not fully familiar with network engineering, but as a programmer, you're basically fully into infrastructure building, as that does open the door to network admin positions. So just know that network admins are on call and work as the overseer of entire IT groups and technicians. You're basically the boss. Oh, so then it probably wouldn't be that easy to get into then, because I was hoping that if it was like a little bit easier in the sense of, I could have this, currently I'm working the support job without IT, but then I plan to do the technical job without support. So I was hoping I could have blended that together, and then if I couldn't get a network role, try to get into a network admin. But then that probably wouldn't work unless I like really fight for it or really like word it correctly. Because like I said, I'm gonna have lab work, I'm gonna have the freelance work, I'm gonna have independent work. I'm also trying to see if eventually I can land a part-time IT role, but we'll have to see how things go from there. So I'm like, damn, so it probably wouldn't be that easy then. Maybe. It's a possibility. Like, I would apply regardless. But I would prefer to do that and just try to, I'll probably do like a network admin for a year and then hopefully try to switch from there to a network engineer. Because I'm like, y'all have no idea, like this current job that I work, though it's not technical, and even so, like currently before I got this position, it was very physical too, where I would work like doing a lot of the physical stuff of this job that I've been I've been physically drained, and then with this current position, you get mentally drained. And I 100%, not like 10 times out of 10, would prefer a mental drain job over a physical draining job. So part of me is like, I don't care how bad the position is gonna be, if I can be, just as long as I don't gotta lift nothing heavy. I don't gotta lift nothing heavy. I would prefer to be mentally drained any day. Any day. Can't tell me twice. Says, well, I only pursued network admin for the money. I had no previous leadership experience. But yes, based on what I'm seeing, they are transferable from position to position, but network admins are responsible for the entire infrastructure. Okay. Oh, you said the conversation is so great. I've been in tech close to 30 years. You're on the right track with the info you're sharing. Keep going. Your channel came up in my feed. Hey, thank you so much. I hope so, because like I said, I'm not currently in a position, so I just try to go based on what I see like others are probably struggling with, and then I'll research on it. Because I'm just like, I just want to make sure that I'm doing everything that I could do and that I'm doing things right. And then of course I want to be able to share that with you guys, because I know when I first got into this, especially even when I first got into coding, and even the YouTube videos that you see about it, they literally would make you think you're gonna make like 100 about like 6K a month the moment you start, basically. And I'm just like, oof. Like once you kind of hit that realization, so normally when people come in here, I try to like keep everything realistic, because it's so easy to get into that fantasy world that YouTube creates, and I believe they truly do it on purpose, like other content creators. I think they definitely do it on purpose, because in the end, guess what? When you watch that video and you think you're gonna be making all that money, you're giving them those views and they're making money. So it's like, of course they're gonna make content that's gonna make you think things just work like this, that. It's like, I just try to keep things, hopefully realistic. But I'm not saying that we can't achieve these things. I'm just saying it's not gonna be in a snap. You're gonna have to put in the work, put in the years, put in the time, study hard, work hard. And sometimes it may even take you having to move to a different place to get a certain position, because positions might not be open in your state. Or they probably are open, but they're just not looking for someone who's entry level. So you might have to go to a state that wants an entry level, then come back out, go where you actually want to go. So it really just depends. Really depends. Says, well, I only pursue. Oh, wait, I already read that. Says her channel came up into my feed. Makes me wonder if Google/YouTube knows about my previous career. It probably. Hey, listen, they probably did. Well. What is up, Snake? It's been a minute, Snake. It has been a minute. Literally. Snake, I'm wondering, are you still coding? Because I actually made a new channel that is specifically about, well, your name is Snake Codes, but I would say I actually made a new channel that is literally about me creating and coding a app. It's gonna be a learning platform. So if you're interested in that, it's in the description. You can definitely go check that out, man. If you're not, then you can chill with me on this stream. It says, oh, and Python is insanely easy to learn. It's high-level machine language, so the entire interface will tell you where you screwed up. All right, that's good. Yeah, I was gonna say, because the first coding language I learned was JavaScript, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not the best at it. I could do basic things, like especially when you see, like if you guys ever checked out my other channel where I'm creating like the app, because I learned JavaScript so that I can create I want to say like basically websites, or not even basically, it was literally websites. So I learned JavaScript, and JavaScript, like, it was difficult, and I think I still need a good amount of work, so, or a good amount of work on it, but the basics that I did like on that previously, or on the new channel or whatever, if you guys ever want to go check it out, um that's like really the most I could do is like click a button, this happens. I could do the like certain percentages, but like there's deeper logic that gets into it, and I get lost. I just get lost. And also too, I don't the problem is that I'm also trying to learn how to code vanilla. And I think sometimes that is where it messes me up, because I see a lot of people who use AI and or they use then what is it called? It's called JS. It's called JS something. Where it's basically like sometimes it gives you the what is it called? I think it gives you like the framework of certain things when you're trying to do certain stuff. I currently haven't learned that, and I don't use that. So I've always been trying to just code vanilla wise, and I think that's a lot of the time why I get confused. I'm like, I think I'm just in the we're in those years where people are just using fucking AI at this point, and I'm just sitting here trying to code it, and that's why I'm slow. Yeah, vanilla JS, but I was wondering what is it called when you like the when you use JS, but I think it's like frameworks. Like it's like you're using technically it's like generating the code in a way, but you still have to add in stuff. I don't know. I may be confused. I may be thinking of like CSS or something. I don't know. It says, sure, why not? It says, if you ever want to mod, learn C Sharp. Fun stuff for Boulder Gates 3 modding. Coding for me is like the person that I can never have, but I love for life. No facts. Says, I recommend MSP companies for early career. They have high turnover and higher opportunity. So let me go write that down, because I'm super interested in, like, if you guys have any advice. I literally wrote down here network admin because I'm somewhat interested. So I'm gonna do, I wrote down network admin. I'm gonna look up or write down MSP companies because I'm super interested in all of this. Says the issue with AI replacing coders is that if you are the primary coder who created the entire infrastructure coding for a business, they choose to go AI. The AI can't do anything with it. No, facts. Facts. Says AI uses standardized coding methods. Sadly, custom code is way beyond AI's ability to do right now. No, 100%. 100%. I actually like literally agree with that, because I'm like, and that's why I always tell people I don't see AI necessarily taking over as of yet, because if you ask AI to code you a website, the moment you hit past like 3 pages or even less, they forget everything. Everything. And then it's just like, now they're doing stuff that your HTML isn't even referencing. And so I'm just like, what the hell is going on? So that's why I always say AI is not ready. It's not ready yet. But I know that a lot of people like to do either vibe coding, or they'll use AI to an extent and then they'll just kind of switch it up based on what they're doing. But for me, something I'm really interested in, because I'm trying to build this app and I'm going to continue to build like learning apps the way that I'm doing it on my new channel. But for me, I want to say one of my biggest things is I've always wanted to create games. So I'm like, I think I would have to learn C++, or it was either C++ or C Sharp. I don't remember. Might be plus plus. Or, yeah. And then I need to get into Unity. I heard a lot of people use Unity. I don't really care. But I know that it's going to be hard to like eventually like learn all that stuff. Like truly difficult, because on top of that, you're going to have to be like coding the design or making the designs and then doing all that. But I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna come back to coding on this channel, and it's gonna be me trying to learn how to make video games. One of these damn days. So look forward to it if you're into coding, because like I said, this YouTube channel is meant for me to literally document, you know, me learning new things, especially from day zero. So I'm just like, eventually when I get in there, bruh. You said Unity is a gaming engine like Unreal. Yes, yes. Cause I remember, for some reason, I remember back in the day, I downloaded Unity. I think my brother was making games back then. And I don't know if he was coding or if he was just like, I forgot what the hell he was doing. He was just doing something where he was trying to make a video game. So maybe he was coding and I just never knew that's what it took. Um, but it was very interesting to watch him do it. Says it says also I want to fix you about AI 3-page thing. Gemini 3.1 and Claude fixes that forgetting issue. Oh well, thank God they fixed that, because man, they be forgetting. I'm like, ayo. No, I'm not gonna lie though. When I was, because for a couple of sections of the website, because I was trying to figure out certain things, like one of the codes that was difficult for me is on the website. I want it to be that when you click submit lesson, that the progress bar goes up. For some reason I could not figure out the logic behind that. Even though I bet you, 'cause after I looked at it, I was like, damn, that was simple. But I could not figure out the logic, so I had to ask, and I'm not gonna lie, ChatGPT actually did a good job when it came to that. There was a couple things that they were messing up on, but then when I refreshed their memory a little bit, then they got it, and I was like, oh my goodness. I'm like, that was simply hell. It's like a full-time job trying to get ChatGPT to understand, but when they did it, they ended up helping me, and now the progress bar works. I'm a little bit afraid that I'm gonna find a bug though, because since I did let them do it, I'm like, I don't know, man. What if I click this 3, 4 times and boom, it goes up, and I missed it. So I gotta make sure that I'm on it. But the way the website looks now, I can't wait. But I think the next episode is gonna release next week is what I'm planning on doing. Hey, we're at 2,175. Thank y'all for hitting that sub button. Listen, we got a good amount of people in here. It'll be crazy. All of us hit that sub button. But no, yeah, because I was just looking at the website earlier and I was like, man, like it looks freaking good. From the first video, it doesn't look that good, I would say. But when this second video comes out, oh my goodness, it's literally like the perfect layout. There's only probably 2 more things I need to do for the layout, and then after that, well, maybe actually there's probably a couple of things, maybe like 5. But then after that, it's simply information, because it's supposed to be like a learning platform. So it's simply like I just need to create the PDFs, I need to create the quizzes, I need to create the lessons. Um, but so everything should be kind of simple from there. It's just a bunch of research, and then I want to say, so everything should be simple because most of it will be a bunch of research, and then I want to say I need to learn backend. If Excuse me, oh my goodness, I'm like dying. I need to learn backend. If it ever does become a bigger app, because I could use local storage if a lot of people aren't going to like really use it or whatever. So I'm like, maybe I could do local storage. But eventually, if a lot of people are gonna end up using it, I'm going to need to learn backend, and that's gonna be hell, because I'm gonna have to um allow people to log in. They're gonna have to have user accounts. I'm gonna have to have authentication, which I might be somewhat of the same thing, but a little bit different. Uh, and then it will need to have a database where everything can basically save across platforms within the user account. So I'm like, damn, that's gonna be tough because I never learned backend for that. I was debating on possibly paying someone, but then I realized that even so far now, my code isn't clear. So I'm like, I don't want to pay someone to do it because they're gonna struggle. They're gonna be like, what the like, what is this saying? But who knows? It says, well, if you upload your code into Python, which you can, it could tell where bugs/errors are located. Oh, okay. It says, sorry, just saw it. Or did you say you have a coding channel link? Yes. It says, share the website link. I don't want to post the website yet because the website's not done and I'm documenting the entire journey on the other channel. So what I'm going to end up doing, and the link for the other channel is in the description, by the way. But what I'm going to end up doing, and by the way, when y'all end up seeing that, that is not the finished product, so don't come at me. That was just a little bit of me just trying to see what I'm gonna do. And I kind of liked the way it looked, but I completely revamped it. Like I'm telling you, when you see the way this next one looks, it looks beautiful. The only thing I think I'm iffy on is maybe like the color scheme. But other than that, like when you guys see this next website, it's beautiful. But I don't plan to share the link until it's completed. Because I plan for it to actually be like an app, or well, I would say like a desktop app, because I don't want it to be for mobile. So it's only going to be desktop, where you obviously you log in desktop, and it's meant to be a learning platform. So if you already have your CompTIA A plus, or you don't care to study for it, you're probably never going to use my website. But the goal is to literally just kind of do that. I think it'll be super dope. You said I want this type of dedication. Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you say you were gonna start a channel, Snake? I don't know. I remember you saying you were gonna start a channel, or probably start posting on your channel. I told you I would watch. Let me see if you actually did. I don't think you did. I was gonna say, yeah, if you did, I missed it. Oh, you did do some lives. Oh, okay. I definitely gotta check out these lives, man. That's super dope. I gotta see that. I gotta see those coding skills. No, I'm just kidding. You're probably like, I'm sure your coding skills are amazing. Someone said, oh, I forgot I had a video out. I'm like, what the hell? What is someone talking about? I looked at their comment. I was like, oh. So I did stream. I posted on Insta. Hey, okay. So I'm definitely going to check out the stream then. Hey, that's super dope. We said, but then I traveled to another city. Okay, okay. I see. Damn, I've been here for about an hour and 22 minutes. I have to go to work in about 2 hours, or not 2 hours, sorry. In about like maybe 4 or 3 ish. I don't know. Somewhere around there. This is my plan. No, I think y'all were asking me a lot of good questions, because I honestly didn't think a lot of people were gonna be in this stream, so I kind of decided to just make my own questions. But they all started asking a lot of good questions, and a lot of them answered some of like most of the questions I pretty much wrote. So that's really funny. That is really funny. But I did want to talk a little bit about the difference between like dev burnout and IT burnout. I do want to say within IT, I have not hit burnout. Granted, I have not worked an IT job, so maybe the burnout comes during the job. But I was burning out left and right when it came to coding. But now that I feel like I have something that I'm really like happy to do and build and genuinely, because in the end, when I build this app, even if it doesn't actually deploy on time or whatever the hell, it's like it's going to be so good for me in the sense of like everything that I'm learning in IT, because it's going to force me to like study it, force me to come up with courses, force me to come up with assignments. And like I said, I'm very confident that I'm going to pass my CompTIA A plus easily, or not easily, but of course I got to study, but I'm just saying it from the perspective of I think I you don't like I could make the damn, can I speak? I'm saying that I could pretty much make the app as of now, even though technically I don't have the. Oh, I just realized you can have courses sections. Well, I probably wouldn't teach until I finish the app. And I'll probably use the app to teach. Sorry, I guess got super excited. That was crazy. You know what? That's actually not bad. So if this app never deploys for everyone else, I could then use this app to teach, or I could teach. Well, it would have to be on that channel, not here, not here. It says I have hit my burnout because I'm kind of confused on what to actually do now. Oh, that must be tough, man. Yeah, I was gonna say, because sometimes um I felt like that not even a couple of months ago, and something that I did was I was like praying about it. And then that's when I kind of got revealed this position that I'm currently working, which, like I said, is like the support side of IT, just not technical. Um, and when I got into that position, I was like, oh my goodness, like, glory to God, because I was so stressed about what to do. Because I knew as of right now, I couldn't just jump from my current job to an IT role. So it was like I just started to get super stressed about like what am I gonna do? Where do I go? How do I handle this? Am I ever gonna get an IT role? And then it was just kind of like this position, like I'm telling you, the way this position opened up, it was I didn't expect it. And so it was just like crazy. And so I decided to just go into it, get all the knowledge that I can, do all the talking that I can, and I think it's super helpful for the time being, for it not being an IT role. And I just realized like sometimes I just gotta like, don't worry, God's gonna reveal something. He's gonna reveal something. If it's meant for us, it's gonna happen. I know it feels terrible when it's not happening, but if it's really meant for us, like it will come. It will come. It says IT technician burnout happens in 5 years, but burnout in programming, bro, burns you out so hard if you are on deadlines. No, yeah, that's why for me, like I just never been interested with coding being my job or something similar to that. Because like even with software engineering and how people have to like debug code or look at the code, check the code, I'm like I'm gonna die. Like I don't know how these people do that every day. I don't care how much you pay me. It just doesn't feel worth it. But who knows? Maybe one day they might show me a nice little check for it, and I might be like, sign me up, let me come in. So maybe, but I don't know. I'm just like, nah. I have actually no idea of what to do now. Should I stay in web? Should I go in AI cyber or in business dev? The thing is I'm in any mood of doing job. I'm actually just building my own company and hella confused. No, yeah, it's tough. I'm telling you, man, it is tough. I think the best thing. mm, I'm not sure actually because what's so super hard about tech is that tech is I feel like a really hard sometimes it's a hard industry to break in. Sometimes it does come down to people's resumes where they live, them not having enough experience. And sometimes like a lot of people could be picky. I feel like that being picky is huge when it comes to tech. Like there's a lot of people I've spoken to in tech or in the comment section, and we're talking about something, and then they'll be like, "But yeah, I'm only looking for remote jobs," and I'm like, "Oh, so you're basically just not looking for a job because like you're just like it's gonna be so hard to just land like a remote job, like especially if you're just starting." I'm like we have to be willing, like especially as technicians or people in tech, we have to be willing to do what we got to do in the beginning and then try to use that experience for something remote. And when we try to immediately go remote or immediately start in Google or immediately start with Amazon, it's like you're setting yourself up for failure because it's like, and it's not impossible to happen. There's a lot of people who graduate, or well, I guess very few, but they graduate and they can go straight to Amazon or they go straight to six figures. But it's like when we start thinking about that or thinking like that, sometimes that could really slow us down. But the good news is though that because you are building your own company, even when you do start it, what's good is that you could actually use that as your experience once it's done. Well, you could use the building of the experience as experience, but then also, I mean, the building of the company as experience, and then when you start your company, even if it's not doing well, and let's say you just have like a couple of people for the time being, it's like that's gonna look really good on your resume still. So that's kind of like the good news about that. I feel like when it comes to web development is it's tricky. I personally believe if you're gonna get into web development, do your own thing. I always think of like freelance because if you join a company, for one, joining a company is gonna be so difficult. But then even so, they probably wouldn't pay well. You could do it for experience though if you could get into a company. But I've always previously when I got into web dev, I already knew that I was gonna do it as a little side hustle just for a couple bucks. I never cared about it being an actual like job. And then also too, I did it for you said, well, gotta go. I subbed to both your channels and good luck. Hey, thank you so much, man. See you later. See you later. And good luck to you and whatever. Well, actually, I think you're doing your thing. I believe you said. I believe you're doing your thing. So keep doing your thing. But uh, what was I saying? So I know that sometimes people just they can be a little bit picky, and that sometimes could be the issue. Oh, so I was saying with websites, because currently what I'm trying to do is I was doing it for clients, and I still have like future clients planned in the future. But another thing that I was planning on doing with websites is that if you create websites, right, and you could code it if you want to do it with coding, but you could also do it without coding. But you can make websites that are like, top 10 PCs to buy in 2026. And when you continue to make websites like that and you can get traction to your websites, that's why I always say like to stream and make content because eventually for website making, you can bring that traction to those websites and within 6 months you can have your websites get monetized. And it's literally the same way like how I'm monetized on YouTube right now. So I'm monetized on YouTube and obviously if you guys watch, you guys see an ad that ends up paying me. And it's similar to these websites where when you guys click on a website and if I have ads on it, and let's say I could get about 100 of you or maybe 300 of you to go to the website in like a month or yeah, within the month. I'm not sure how much it would pay because I haven't monetized websites yet, but I'm working on it. Um, but that'd probably be like it might be even 300. That might be like 50 cents low key. You might be in the cents there. But still, like imagine you're making those websites and eventually you have a website that takes off. And let's say it is that website about the computers. It's like you can end up getting paid pretty good if like thousands of people are visiting your site daily. But it's just tough because it's hard to get a lot of people to visit your site. But that's something that I'm super interested in when it does come to web dev because I'm like I like the fact that I can code the site. I don't care if I could, go on Blogger and just write it out and drop and paste pictures. I rather code it cuz I just love coding. Um but eventually though when I'm trying to get monetized, I'm probably just going to make a site, throw it on there and just hope for the best and pray that I can monetize it. But that's something that I'm very interested in. And especially too, like if you have multiple, because with Google AdSense, you could put multiple accounts towards the same AdSense. So let's say my YouTube channel is monetized, and let's say eventually I get my other channel monetized. I could put that channel's AdSense to the same Google AdSense, and then same thing with the website AdSense. As long as it's all around Google AdSense, you could put it into the same AdSense, and you normally have to hit about $100 threshold to take out the money. So I believe, yeah, so it should be a little bit quicker to be able to hit $100 then. But eventually, if a website goes crazy or a video goes crazy on one each side, boom, it's insane. But I that's kind of the way I've always dreamed though. Sorry, I went a different topic there. But that's always the way I always dreamed of making money off of websites or web dev. I feel like it's hard to like land in a company role or to do things like that. That's why the best bet is to really, like you said, start your own company, um, or freelance, or I guess like yeah, freelance client work, or try to get monetized from Google AdSense. You probably could do both. So I also did build a site for a company last month on WordPress. Hey, that's what's up, man. That is what's up, and just keep stacking that type of experience. I know it's tough though. It's definitely tough. But um yeah. I don't know. I feel like I just I think the way that I get through in life, especially when I feel like things don't seem to be going the way I would like. For instance, I would love to be in an IT role right now, but it's like I know it just wouldn't make sense as of now. So I think the best way that I think about it is like I kind of just live as though it's going to happen. You know what I mean? I feel like that's really what it is. It's like in my head I'm like, you're like let's say for instance, let's say my goal is to really, make these websites and have things monetized. I'm just like, it's gonna happen. Don't worry about it. Do your thing. Do whatever it takes to get there, but you're good. And then same thing uh with the IT. I'm like, it's gonna happen. And guess what? It may not happen, but I think it gives you the confidence to move forward. And sometimes that confidence is what will help you actually get there, if that makes sense. Because like when I was like, because at first I was losing so much confidence in the IT support realm. Even though I was doing like a lot of freelance IT stuff, I was just like, I was just losing confidence. So then eventually, I just started to think, what, no matter what, you're gonna get into it. Whatever thing you see, just take the opportunity. And then that's just when this position opened up. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's the way to think about it then. I just have to just believe it's gonna happen, and hopefully it happens. And if it doesn't, I'm happy that I tried. You said one thing, freelance is more difficult than it looks. No, 100%, man. 100%. You see, you have to know how to speak, what to speak, when you speak, and you also have to know how to find clients, facts. And one last thing, during freelance, your learning gets stopped. Yeah, that's, oh, well, not real. I mean, well, it depends on how you see it. Because I would assume, like, if I'm doing a freelance task, because especially when I do freelance work, for my whole IT thing, I feel like I like to see it as I'm learning, but I'm learning something different. This is teaching me how to speak to another person, like you said. This is teaching me what I should have been prepared for during this. So now I could take this into the next time I do freelance work. This is teaching me, make sure to check for the basics or do this or do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it does teach you, but it teaches you in a different way. Because literally the way that you wrote it, you say you have to know how to speak, what to know and what to speak and when you speak. And I think you learn that by doing freelance. But of course, if you're talking about like literally learning new type of things like coding things, I'm like, yeah, I agree. It does tend to stop that. But at least you're learning something that I feel like is definitely more important in a way. Like it's definitely better for you to have like that freelance work there, especially as a web dev. Or yeah, I think a web dev. But yeah, it's definitely learning something different, but it's still important. It's still important. Because that's something that I learned too when it came to me doing a lot of the freelance IT stuff. Is like it's not really learning in a way because it's like okay, well I know how to do this, I know what the answer is, but like you said, it really is how you communicate it. Because I remember when I was talking to someone, um, especially too, and thank God for this person because they're normally the type of person too who doesn't really understand technology, so I love it because it's great practice. I'm like yes. And I remember one time their phone just was dying. I love this example, but their phone was dying really quickly, and so obviously they had a lot of tabs open, but I wanted to be able to see if there was certain tabs like playing in the background, so I immediately went to the data usage and I seen that four of the tabs were still playing like currently in the background. So I had to swipe all the tabs out, and then I told her I was like, you when you stop playing these games, you gotta swipe out these tabs because it's still running in the background. But then also too, I learned that her battery percentage, like her battery, yeah, percentage was low. So I was telling her, not as of right now, but eventually you're going to need to get a new battery. And it should only be roughly, I think it was like 150 or maybe less. So I'm like, you don't have to do it now, but eventually, but that's why your phone is dying very quickly. And I was like, I like that taught me how to communicate that to her because granted that is like a very kind of like easy thing to communicate, but some people, you're gonna run into the people that are like, but why? Like I still don't get it. Like, but how? Why is it dying? Why did my battery percent? It's like, damn, like, it just happens, wear and tear. So it's like it's definitely good practice. So I lost a good amount of money, but just speaking on places where I shouldn't have. Oh damn, that's crazy. Yeah, so it must be different in the web dev world. I mean, well, honestly, yeah, it must be different because I haven't necessarily ran into like a crazy, crazy like client when it comes to the whole IT stuff. Um, you said you're making so much grammar mistakes. No, it's all good. It's all good. I haven't really ran into any like bad clients. I feel like when it came to the IT stuff, a lot of people are understanding. I think the only thing is that sometimes people come in there and they think they may know more than you, but I think that just happens because I look young. So I remember there was this one time where like a camera wasn't working and they had came up and they're like, oh, like let me see, I know what to do. But I'm like, the camera's dead. Like I know what I'm saying. I'm like, I know what I'm saying, but of course you can't just be like, you can't say nothing. So you gotta let them try it and then explain it again. It's like, yeah, so whenever I plugged it into this wall, into that wall, I did a new wire. It's just not working. Your camera's dead. You gotta return it. And sometimes it sucks to like say those things, but it's at the end of the day, it's still doing your job. But I never really ran into someone that made it difficult or was trying to be like, because you didn't fix this, I'm not paying. Um, which would be crazy. And I'm sure there's probably a lot of people who run into that in the IT support world too. But I probably just haven't ran into that. Hopefully, I don't ever, but I'm sure I will. But we'll see. We will see. But I am going to end up getting off this. I'm going to put up my 12-hour study. And remember, guys, the 12-hour study session is a 30-minute clip of an hour and 30-minute study session. And I basically just put it on loop simply to allow you guys to have a place to go and study. I feel like it's like a place where you can feel motivated. There's rain noises in the background. And then it should just hopefully motivate you to continue to study and do your thing. And that's really the main reason why I do those type of streams. So if you guys want to stick around and go and study, y'all could stick around. If you guys don't, also too, I plan to end up doing a couple live streams on that other channel as well, which is gonna be like a coding streams. But I don't think I'm going to do it the way I used to do it. I think I'm just gonna do it the same way as literally right after this, how I'm about to put the study stream up. I'm going to do it probably like that, where I'm just coding from over the shoulder, no talking. So it's hopefully I'm gonna do that just to see if I can get some new subscribers and also too people want to code along with me. Because I want to grow that channel up. I feel like I can definitely make a good coding channel again, and that's the wave. So I hope you guys ended up enjoying this. I will be catching y'all in the next one. Y'all are super goated. Before I go though, I do want to see real quick. We're at 2,176. Yo, we have a goal in the next 55 days if we can hit 3,000 subs. So hopefully we can end up hitting that. I'll be catching y'all. And you said, what's my laptop specs? I honestly, someone asked me this before, and I have such a hard time ever remembering how to check my specs. And I'm an IT like I'm the IT person. I still don't know how to check my damn specs. Oh wait, actually, I think I just found it. Well, when people ask for specs, hold on. This is a good question for me. I found it, but give me 1 second. Computer specs, what are they looking for? Because now I'm like, I see exactly what I'm there for, but when they ask for specs, like, I'm wondering, what are we looking for? So CPU, GPU, RAM, okay, I got that all right here. Wait, where'd it go? Hold on, what the hell? Please, give me a second, we're gonna find this, and granted, I will take my time. I know my specs. I know my specs. This is playing with me. Damn, is this not where my specs are? Is it right here? Okay, you know what? Hold on. Give me a second. I'm the IT guy. I gotta find it. We'll see. Wait, what? Okay. What the fuck is this? Give me a second. I got this. Alright, yo, I don't got this. I'm sorry. I don't know where the fuck it is. Well, I know for my, well, you're saying specs, but I was gonna say what my processor was. I know that I have an AMD Ryzen 9, which is good. But I'm trying to find my damn RAM in my graphics card. Why can't I find it? Fuck. I know it's in Task Manager, but I'm trying to see, or you can also see it in About. Let me try that. Let me go that way. Let me go Settings, About. That's probably the best thing I could do here because I don't know what the hell is going on. We'll find my specs. About my P. Oh, wait, we're here. Stop. No, they're playing with me. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Okay, so, wait, do you want to know, like, my gigabytes? So I have for my CPU, I have an AMD Ryzen 9. I think with Radeon graphics, I believe that just is what comes with it. Then we have RAM. We have about 16 gigabytes. Damn, I have about 15 gigabytes usable. Does that mean I use 15 or I still have 15 ready to be used? Because damn, then I don't use this. Like, I don't use this the way I thought I did. Oh, this is a 64-bit operating system. I thought I had a 62. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. And Windows 11 isn't. I mean, a 32, but a Windows 11 doesn't have a 32. Whoops. And then I think my storage is 900. Well, I don't think you're looking for the storage. My GPU is 8. I think I already said that. 16. Speed for the RAM is 64 MT, or 6,400 MT. And then it says I have multiple GPUs installed. I didn't even know that. The fuck? Where's my GPU? Is that it? Is that what you asked for? Yeah, no, I didn't mean to say 62. I meant to say 32. But I remember that there's no 32-bit for Windows 11. There's only 64 bits for Windows 11. But yeah, A. And then I have a Windows 11 home, of course. I would love to get a home from our workstation. Well, I think actually not a workstation. I want a Windows 11 Pro because there's no workstation for Windows 11 either. I gotta remember that because that's gonna end up coming up on the quiz. And when that stuff ends up coming up on the quiz, man, that's gonna be crazy. Oh, I have a remote desktop on here. That's probably what I would have to do, honestly, if I... Okay. What else do I have on here? I honestly should have looked. I was looking in here recently, and the fact that I didn't know how to get here immediately irked me. But you know what? I did my thing. You said one built-in. It says you have 2 GPUs, one built-in. Oh, oh yeah, I'm stupid. It's the Radeon I literally just read that. The Radeon graphics. Yes. Anyways, take care. Thank you so much, Snake. All right, I'll catch you on the next one. I'm gonna start this 12-hour live stream. Love y'all. Y'all are super.